Good evening.
Good evening.
I'll call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Mr. Albrecht?
Here.
Mr. Brown?
Here.
Where is he?
I hear him.
Dr.
Can't
Hall?
see him, but he's here.
Amanda.
Dr. Hall? Mrs. Root?
Here.
Mr. Teray?
Here.
Mrs. Galbraith is here. Mrs. Gasparo?
Here. Stand for the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Albrecht, would you read the mission statement, please?
Yes. Our mission statement: to ensure that every child is challenged to reach his or her full potential academically, socially, and emotionally as they grow and develop into thoughtful, productive, and contributing members of society.
Thank you. At this time, we need to have a public hearing for the fiscal year 18 amended budget. Can I get a motion to open the public hearing, please?
Moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Albrecht?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Dr. Hall? Aye. Mrs. Root? Aye. Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith is an aye. Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye. We are now going to start our public hearing.
Thank you. I'm going to project up on the screen, so if the board would like to go down into the audience at your pleasure, I'll get set up. Well, thank you, and good evening. I'm going to talk about the amended budget, a tentative amended budget. I think, as everyone is aware, or may not even be aware, is that you have to amend a budget if your expenditures, expected expenditures, are more than what was adopted back in the fall. So that is the case. So we do have to. We are required by Illinois School Code to amend the budget, and so that's what this is. There is a report that is online. Financial report, so it does have the amended budget in it, and there's also a tentative budget next year that is in there. I'm really not going to touch on that, but I'll really focus on the amended budget on that. The second page of this is just kind of an introduction. It'll give you some specifics on what needed to be done. We have published this notice in the local newspaper for this public hearing. It does allow the public to comment on the amended budget if they wish. And then, of course, there is a vote later on by the board to accept the amended budget for this fiscal year. You will also see the budget development that took place with this budget, which was the meetings with assistant superintendents, directors, department heads, principals, building administrators. Those really took place a while ago, prior to actually the original budget being created. And again, the next page is just some definitions, just to make everyone aware of, what some of the terms mean. If I talk about something, it'll kind of give you an idea, but it kind of puts everybody on the same page. But this is the important page, so give me a second and let me zoom in on this page. Maybe one more. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to refer everybody to the, whoops, I just hit the wrong button. Look at that, technology. There we go. I'm going to refer everybody to the 5th column here, which is the actual amended budget. That's the one I'm going to be concentrating on. However, I do want to refer you back, which is the 3rd column, to the adopted budget. So back in September, the board adopted a budget based on a file that I received when I took over the position as assistant superintendent that showed approximately $4.5 million deficit. After the budget was adopted, I went in and scrubbed the budget through a process that I use, looking at really a lot of detail, really concentrating on zero-based budgeting, and presented to the board a budget of about a deficit of a little over $2 million that we have been working on. So that has become really our working budget within our district. So now you'll see an amended budget, and after doing calculations, we closed the month of May. We actually have one more month this month left in our fiscal year. I'm projecting that there should be a surplus of a little over $600,000 this year in our budget. Most of that, and you'll see a note down here. I know this is a little difficult to read down here, but the state revenue in this amount, you'll see an increase here of state revenue from our adjusted budget, which is right here, 18.8 to 21.7. There was a $2.3 million payment that we received from state aid that was in this fiscal year that we could not accrue back to next year. It was payments we received between September 1 and December 31st. It was categorical aid from the state, things like transportation, some special ed, categorical aid that we received that you're not able to accrue back to last year. So while it's not a false look, it just kind of skew things a little bit, that this is kind of a one-time payment that came through. There's also some additional revenue that I was able to receive, things like our E-rate. I was able to capture about $750,000 in E-rate funding that we were able to get from the past that was not captured, so that's in here, along with some additional Medicaid and that. It is positive. And again, this last column you'll see, as I talked about, I'm not really going to concentrate on, is our tentative 18-19 budget, where I'm projecting right now about a $1.6 million deficit in that. The second part of our amended budget that I want to talk about was, and this kind of explains the upper half of the sheet. Again, you'll see this broken down by revenues and expenditures, but you'll kind of see an explanation here of each one of those categories and things and why things have increased in certain categories. So you'll see up here about the revenue side, and you'll see about under the state aid, some additional money that we got with the evidence-based funding formula that is now in place. Also, you'll see where I talk about the state aid that we received, the net state aid that we received that we're not able to accrue back to the previous fiscal year. But also down here under expenditures, there are a lot of things that we were able to do with some of the extra revenue, and these have all been included in the numbers that I have up on top. And in essence, what I was able to do is take some of those expenditures that we have next year, and I was able to pull them back and do them this year. So things like we were able to order some additional Chromebooks we're able to book in this year's fiscal year that will help us, again, in the long run as we move forward from a financial standpoint. So you'll see a lot of those things that are listed here and that we were able to do, which is a really good thing for our district. The second part of this, again, I'm not going to go through this, but on this page, you'll see kind of the same breakdown of what's included in the 18-19 budget as we move forward. Again, it'll just kind of give you a capsule of those things that are included in here. I have not, as you'll see here, put in all of our state aid that we would receive, such as transportation. Transportation, our reimbursement comes in 4 payments. I've only actually included 3 payments in my calculations. One payment of transportation aid is about $1 million. So that'll kind of give you an idea of the numbers we talk about. And again, the state as always, is in flux, so it's difficult to kind of predict. But again, I think 3 payments is pretty safe. And again, you'll see down on the expenditure side, a lot of those things that I've also added in too. The next charts are really based on 18-19 revenues and that. So it gives you kind of a visual on really where our revenues come from. And as you'll see, property taxes is a main contributor to our revenue, which is at about 65% of our revenue comes from property taxes, which is, again, the way that all school districts are funded in the state of Illinois is really through property taxes. And then you'll also see up here how much we get, about 26% from the state, about 6% from federal sources, and then some other local revenue that we get. Just some information on property taxes and tax levies and that. And then again, on the expenditure side, we're in the people business, so most of our costs are in salaries and benefits, 48% in salaries, 11% in benefits, coming up to about 59%. And then you'll see additional expenditures broken down by purchase services, supplies, materials, other objects. Other objects is about 12 million, but the main one of those is really our bond and interest payment, which is about 11.9 million, which is really the bulk of this, but they just listed in other objects. That's just the way they do it. So of the 12.3, 11.9 is really bond and interest payments, which is our debt. This is a breakdown of our, just kind of a chart that shows our debt and what our debt structure is right now as it goes out to fiscal year 2024, I believe that is. Or 34, no, 34, I'm sorry, 2034. So you'll see our bond payment is around $12 million, 11.9 really, so about $12 million. And then it does drop off here in the 2028 fiscal year. So a lot of districts in the past had debt that kind of escalated up this way, but most have restructured, including our district here has restructured their bonds, so there's a flat payment here, which is beneficial to the taxpayers, really. And then last, this is just about some non-union employee salaries that the board will be discussing tonight, but that's in the 18-19 budget. I really won't touch on that. And that's that. So I don't know if there were any questions at all on the amended budget at all. I'd be happy to answer them. Okay. I'm done. Yes, ma'am. I haven't looked at that yet. I haven't seen the narratives of those yet. I really haven't looked for it yet, so I have not looked at that yet. And that, I think, probably is one of my summer projects. I'll be doing that. I'm also looking for some workshops to see if there are some workshops that maybe IASBO has that I can go to, so I can kind of take a look at that and see what's involved with that. I really don't know a lot about it, so I need to educate myself on that. That'd be great if you would. I really appreciate that. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Did Terry see it?
Yes, she gave it to me to give to you.
Any other questions for Mr. Surma from the board? Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
I just did have one question. I didn't hear Dr. Hall. What was Dr. Hall's question that you responded to?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr.
Summer
Hall.
homework assignment.
I was asking, has he looked into, they just approved in the state budget, the funds, the $50 million for property tax relief, but certain districts will qualify if they have villages that qualify for it. So I was asking him, has he looked into that yet? There's a possibility of us gaining more money.
Sounds like a great summer homework assignment. Thanks.
I know, that's what I figured. So I'll look into it and see. Dr. Hall has sent over, let me know what website I can go to, and then I'll check into it.
Any other questions? Can I get a motion to close the public hearing, please?
Moved.
Second?
Roll call?
Mr. Toure?
Aye.
Mrs. Root? Aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Albrecht?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith is a aye. Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye, thank you, motion carries. We have one public comment from Ms. Cynthia Hudson regarding superintendent search and national investigations firm concerns. Welcome.
Good evening, board and residents. I just have two concerns. I wanted to know, actually, I wanted to ask the board, first of all, I would like to know how much was actually spent so far on the national investigation firms. And I would like to ask the board if you all could not approve any more monies going towards that national investigation firm, because I do believe that you all should have qualified people to do the job that they're already doing. So the same things, the information that they're going for, you all should have people already in place doing that. So to pay those people that you already have on staff and to go outside and pay a national investigation firm to do the same thing is a total waste of money to me. That money could be used in the classrooms, spent on our children. I would also like to know where are we at with the superintendent search. Did we get the plans going forward? I am still not receiving any emails or any feedback from any of my questions.
Did you get
I got
email?
something from you a while ago,
Okay.
but that was it.
Ken, will you be able to get that number that she's asking for
I
and
can.
get that? Okay.
I can't.
I do not have, I know I have your email address, but I'm going to give this back to you and ask you to put your email address on it for me so that Ken can email you that information tomorrow.
Okay, one more comment. I just,
Yep, that's fine.
you all are up here as a board. You all are up here representing our children as well as the staff, as well as yourselves and the people in the community. I just ask that you keep that in mind and make the best decisions for everyone involved, not just a few, not just a select few, but for everybody, because we have 4 communities that we're serving, that you're representing, and that you're making decisions for. I just ask that you do the right thing by everybody. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie, was there any other public comment? No, ma'am. Administrative updates? All right, first up is District Affairs, FOIA update. In Dr. Clark's absence, Laura is going to read the FOIA update.
I think I was going to do that. I'm waiting for my board book to load though,
Sorry.
actually. So if you give me 1 second,
Thank you.
it's a comment.
Okay.
Skip it. This is the FOIA update for this month, May 001. All emails to and between Ken Surma, Assistant Superintendent of Business, CMSD 201U, and any agent, representative, or employee of National Investigations, Inc. between the period of July 1, 2017 through Friday, May 4, 2018. The requester was James Young. It was filed on 5/8/18. No documents were responsive to this request, and time to complete was 0.3 hours. May 002, the total number of tickets sold for the event, the price per ticket, the cost of using Tinley Park Convention Center, copy of the invoice, the cost of the catering for the event, if it is separate from the convention center bill, if so, copy of the invoice for this as well, any and all expenses incurred for this event with receipts for all of them, decorations, favors, etc. 5/17/18, additional information requested. I believe this is the high school prom that we are talking about. Name of requester is Jen Talent. It was filled on 5/16/2018. Updated response was sent on 5/22/18, 2.45 hours to complete. Copies of all May 003. Scroll down here. Copies of all electronic communications sent by any member of the Crete Monee School District 201U Board of Education to Michael Einhorn, President of the Village of Crete, or received by any board members from the village president between January 1, 2017 and May 17, 2018, in which any of the following words appear. Superintendent, SUPT, Cunningham, Nathaniel. Please include any electronic communications pertaining to school district business that contain these terms and were sent by any of this district's board members to the village president or received by any of its members from President Einhorn on their personal accounts devices during a specific time frame. Kane, Spada, Miller, Better Government Association. It was filled on 5/22/2018. No documents responsive to this request, and it took 1.45 hours to complete. Is that it, I think? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I won't go.
Thank you.
Where
Turn
I
that
think
on.
that's the end of,
Yeah,
yes,
that's
it's the end
it.
of report. Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you. Looks like you're up next for the update on Village of University Park TIF District.
Yes, so I wanted to give an update to the board and also to the public on the University Park TIF district and what our district has done in order to receive financial information. I'm just looking for a date here. Okay. On May 17th, I sent a FOIA request over to the Village of University Park to Mayor Vivian Covington requesting financial documents that should be posted with the controller of the state of Illinois. And they were for the last 5 years for the tax increment finance report for each of the TIFs that they have. They have 5 TIFs. So I requested that on May 17th. We did send that certified mail, return receipt requested, and first-class mail. We did get back the return receipt that it was signed, and they received that information. However, we never got a response from them. I believe, and again, I'm not familiar with the laws when it comes to FOIAs, but I think they have 5 days to respond, and then they can extend an additional 5 days, I believe.
Yep.
And then business days. So we never did get a response. So then I did file a complaint with the Public Access Counselor of the Office of the Attorney General. And then at that time, so a couple of days after that, and you'll see on online where I have shared with the public the email that I sent to the what's called the PAC, Public Access Counselor, along with all the documentation. They did respond and send a letter to the FOIA officer at University Park, Ms. Dorothy D. Jones, saying that they have 7 business days to send the requested documents to me and also to CC them. That was on June 11th. As of today, which is the 19th, I have not received anything yet. So I would say, and I'd have to count my days, I think today might be the 7th day, this is the 11th. So today, I would say by Friday, if I do not get anything, I'll refile something with the PAC to let them know we have not received anything yet. Yeah. So that's what our status is on that. So I just want to let the public know that we're doing everything within our power to try and get some financial information on their TIFs.
I would also check if it's business days, check the days that they're open.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know exactly if that affects when it,
That's a good point.
Are they-
7 days, but
Are they not Monday through Friday? I don't,
no.
no, okay.
Okay, so I'll check that. That makes a lot of sense.
That's
So I'll check that
something
and
to know,
see
yeah.
before I do anything, okay? And then as I move forward on this, and if I find out any additional information, I'll let the board know.
Thank you.
Again, I have a question. Seems like we are stirring the pot pretty good when it comes to University Park and digging into these TIFs. Do we have any idea what are we trying to obtain other than financial information regarding TIFs? Are we looking to see if there's a surplus, or do we have a general idea if there is a surplus or not? And if so, how much of it should be going to the district?
I don't know that answer, and that's why requesting their financial information that they should have released to the public on a yearly basis. I don't know those numbers, but here's what I can share with you. And there's a theory there that they have transferred money from their TIF account to their general operating account over a few years. I actually have documentation of that shows that, and that could be considered surplus funds.
Okay.
And that. So a portion of that should go to the district if it is considered surplus funds.
Okay. Don't
Know that until I see really to the board or our legal counsel or another accountant can see the financial records and that. So that's what it is. It's just really finding information to let the board know this is where we're at, and then the board can make a decision on what they want to do.
Okay. Do you attend a yearly TIF meeting
I have never
over to the
gotten.
village?
I have never
University
gotten
Park?
notification
You
from
never got
them.
notification?
No, I have gotten notification from Monee. I do get notification from Crete.
Okay.
But have never gotten notification from University Park on an annual meeting, which as you know, they're supposed to have,
Okay.
and they haven't, but I've never gotten notification.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Moved.
Second.
Mr. Patton?
Recommend approval of the Committee of the Whole meeting minutes of May 8th, 2018, the regular meeting minutes of May 15th, 2018, special meeting minutes of June 7th, 2018, and the Committee of the Whole meeting minutes of June 12th, 2018. Also, that the board adopt the prevailing wage resolution, approve accounts payable agenda of bills, approve payroll for June 2018, approve the treasurer's report, and give advanced approval to pay end of the year bills. Donations.
Thank you. Ken, can you explain B5? I know that's something that we do every year, and we talk about this every year, but if you can just explain what that is, please. Advanced approval for the bills.
Oh, sure.
So the public
There are some bills that will come due that because it's the end of the fiscal year that we want to make sure we get on the books for this fiscal year. So there are some bills that occur. I really don't know, having not been through the cycle yet, what that amount would be. And I don't know what it really has been in the past, but so it's just to approve those bills. I will use my best judgment to see what needs to be paid. And then what we do is we'll run a separate report on those and make sure that those come to the board. I can do one of two things. I can put them on next month's agenda. And as I'm talking, I have to do that because they have to get approved by the board anyway.
That's
So I'll
usually
put
what
that
we've
on.
done.
on next month's agenda. I can send them out ahead of time also in the FYI if we want to do that too.
But it's things like garbage bill, utility
Right.
bills. It's the regular routine recurring
It is.
invoices that come in all the time.
It is.
Waltz, GFS. It's not anything out of the ordinary.
No,
that would-
it really
okay.
isn't anything out of the ordinary at all.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Ken, could you refresh me on the impact or significance of the prevailing wage ordinance?
It really is, prevailing wage is something in the state of Illinois that you have to pay a certain wage, because we're a union-heavy a state. And so in all of our contracts that we have, all of our contractors have to sign up that they are going to pay a prevailing wage, which is set with the state of Illinois. And they have to do that. They are at times called to submit documents on that. On big construction projects, you have to do that. That's required to submitting those documents. On some of the smaller ones, it's not, but if it's requested, you have to do that.
Other questions? Roll call, please.
Mr. Albrecht?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Nay.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mrs. Root?
Aye.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith is an aye. Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries. I have some thank you letters to read. The first one is to the board from Stephen Klenk. Thank you so very much for your generosity and support of my involvement in the Illinois High School Theater Festival, nationally selected all-state musical, Big Fish. It has been an honor to represent the Crete Monee High School theater program and CM201U as a whole. While I am the second student from Crete Monee to be cast in an IHSTF all-state production, I am thrilled to be the first thespian student to represent this high school program on a national level. 345 students from across the state auditioned and interviewed, and the final company consisted of 107 thespian students. This company represents 57 schools across the state of Illinois, and again, I'm grateful to be a Crete representative. My involvement in Big Fish, the musical, has been nothing short of incredible, and it truly is a gift that keeps on giving. We are making history as the first ever Illinois all-state production to be selected to go to the International Thespian Festival, AKA Theater Nationals in Nebraska. We received 58 superior or perfect and 5 excellent, near perfect scores, and we are so proud of what we have accomplished. Having the support of my theater director, Mr. Gary Thorsky, and the Board of Education means so much to me. Thank you so very much for your continued support in myself as well as the arts in our schools. They are so very important, and I wouldn't be where I am today, I would not be where I am today, an enrolled student in the Millikan University BFA Musical Theater Program without the exposure and experiences I have gained in the arts during my team at Crete Monee District. With sincere gratitude, Stephen Klenk. On a side note, I will be taking a road trip to go and see Stephen in the production next week, so I'll be sure to take some pictures. Next, I have from Erin Lane to Tiffany Wenrich from Holland Company. Dear Ms. Wenrich, on behalf of the Crete Elementary family, please accept our heartfelt thank you for everything Holland Company has done for our school. In addition to the countless hours of volunteer time by Holland employees this school year, we want to thank you for the extremely generous gift of the ice cream trucks. The delicious treat was enjoyed by our entire student body and staff. The weather was great and a perfect day to enjoy your generosity. Again, thank you for everything. Please pass on our best wishes to the entire Holland family and know how much we appreciate everything you do for Crete Elementary. And one from Melissa Huff and Joanne Jones, Principal and Girls on the Run Facilitator to South Suburban Humane Society. This school year, our Girls on the Run team at Monee Elementary School collectively chose to plan a donation drive and fundraiser to help support the South Suburban Humane Society. This team of 4th and 5th grade girls worked extremely hard to plan, promote, and implement their event. With the support of our Monee Elementary staff, students, and families, we raised a total of $369.23 and collected an abundance of supplies on your agency's wish list. With the money raised, we have also offered the following larger item to be delivered to you directly. It's a commercial 7-tier 22-bin storage rack, industrial all-purpose utility cart, 4 heavy-duty scoops, and paper food trays. On behalf of the 2018 Monee Elementary Girls on the Run team, as well as our entire school community, thank you for all the work you do to provide care, support, and homes for the animals in need. We hope our donation helps you in your mission. And in our board packet, there are some pictures included. Okay. That's it. Okay.
I'd like to offer a special thank you to Reverend Hunt on behalf of Mrs. Jennifer Williams of Monee Elementary. She invited Reverend Hunt to come and read to her class near the end of the school year. And not only did he do a great job in reading to the children in her class, but he offered to buy pizza for the entire class of students. And they were extremely pleased and elated to have free pizza from Reverend Hunt. So I'd like to, on behalf of Mrs. Williams, thank Reverend Hunt for his commitment to our program and to the children at Monee Elementary.
Thank you. Okay, action reports. Laura, curriculum, Title I school-wide plans.
Thank you. This is a request to approve the Title I school-wide plans for Monee Elementary, Coretta Scott King Magnet School, Crete Monee High School, and the Early Learning Center. All of these schools are eligible to become Title I schools with school-wide plans. By doing so, we will designate a portion of our Title I allocation to support student programming at each of those schools. And in order for all of that to happen, each of those schools needs to have a board-approved Title I school-wide plan on file. The school-wide plan includes the complete ESSA school-wide plan template, a needs assessment, school data at the state, local level, and also our local growth model. And it also includes school improvement plan strategies for academic achievement and growth, student engagement, professional development, and PBIS. So we are recommending the approval of those Title I plans.
Questions? Can I get a motion to approve the Title I school-wide plans for Monee Elementary, ELC, CSK, and Crete Monee High School for 2018?
Move.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Touré?
Aye. Aye.
Mrs. Root?
Aye.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Albrecht?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith is an aye. Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries. 6 items under business tonight. Lots of action reports. First is the approval to begin facility planning process. Mr. Surma, you have the floor.
Thank you much. I am going to project, so if the board wants to get a little bit more exercise and going to go down, I can, I was going to project, we'll get set up, or?
Are you projecting for everything on your thing? Or are we going to do 1, 1, 1? How are you going to do that?
I was going to go through the entire plan
And then we can vote on it
and then we can
individually?
vote on it, you know, because let me make this.
Well,
make
I'm
this
talking
statement.
about the facility sales tax,
No, we're going to go one by one and do that. Yeah, we're going to go
but are
one
we
by
going to
one.
be down there for all of them or
No,
just the first item?
just the first one. just
Thank
the
you.
first one. I'm sorry. Yep.
Ken, am I supposed to be giving them to board members? Ken, am I supposed to give them to board members?
Yeah, if they don't have them, you can. That'd be great. Thank you.
Anybody want a copy of the plan update? Nelson? Sure.
Test, 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 test. Oh, here comes Keith. Here, why don't you take that one? Let me get this thing set.
Check, 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 test 1, 2.
It's good? Okay, I've got a lapel, so I'm good. So before we get started, let me first introduce also that's going to be joining me for our presentation, Dave Patton, one of the seniors and principals at Healy Bender Architects, who's assisted and helped work on this plan. The plan that I'm going to be presenting tonight is a little bit different than what's online, so the public is aware of that. We will be posting this one, but we do have some financial numbers in here based on some questions that came from the board at our committee of the whole meeting, which was, if we don't develop or proceed with the plan, what are our options? What's plan B and what will that cost? So we're going to go through that tonight. What I'm going to ask is that let us please get through the plan and through the presentation, and then we can have some question. We can have a question and answer in that, because I think we'll address a lot of the questions that you may have. All right. So again, our goal tonight is, again, to kind of give an update of the facilities construction project with Dave. Dave is going to be talking about a few things. I'll give you an update and talk about the financing, some recommended next step. And again, on the agenda is getting a consensus from the board to begin moving forward on the implementation of the plan. Now, please know that that does not mean, nor does it give approval to do things like selling bonds or approving bids that may take place. Those are all steps that will take place, but there's a lot of planning that needs to occur. And so before we put the time and energy in, I wanted to get a consensus from the board to say, yes, we should begin moving forward in planning, because in each step of the process, the board is going to be involved, and the community and a lot of other individuals are going to be involved in this whole process. So it's just kind of kicking this off and getting and moving forward. So that's what the consensus would be all about. As we talked, our development team, when we kind of came up with this plan, was, of course, Ron Patton, our interim superintendent, our district leadership team, which consists of our assistant supes and our directors, Healy Bender Architect. Dave has been a huge part of this. Pepper Construction, which had provided Dave and his firm with cost estimates on things. And also PMA Securities, which developed a lot of the financial options that we have and the sale of bonds. So that's kind of the team we had originally put together. So this is an overview of the plan and what our plan is. And so I'm going to kind of walk through this. First off, it's the demo, the 6th grade center, and build a new pre-K to 2 grade learning center at the current site of the 6th grade center. That cost we're estimating at about $46.6 million. The second part of it would expand Monee Elementary School to become a 3rd grade to 5th grade learning center at a cost of approximately $17.6 million. We would then expand the middle school to include additional classrooms, because we know that is undersized for the amount of students they have. That is about $6.6 million. And then there's two options with this whole plan that are kind of on the table that really don't need to be decided right away. But the first option is to renovate the current ELC to house the alternative school and the administrative offices, which include technology, building and grounds, at about $13.7 million. So to do 1, 2, 3, and 4 is about $84.5 million. However, there's a second option that says that we're going to look at to say, renovate the current ELC to become a therapeutic center for all grade levels. And so that would provide additional services for all of our grades of children that would be able to get some additional services there. And then we would also, at the same time, demo the dome and build a new administrative building with a professional development and boardroom and meetings room. So to do 1, 2, 3, and 5 is about $93.4 million. Now, the choice between 4 and 5 really don't have to be made right now. That's something that can be made in the future. However, there is a question that will come to the board eventually if we move forward with this, and that's the demolition of the dome. Because that can be done as an alternative bid if we were to do the demo of the 6th grade center. We could do that, and then the board can make the decision at that time. Now, we've got some numbers that we're going to show you to let you know what it would cost to renovate that dome in the current numbers cost. So we'll show you that so you can kind of get an idea. But again, it's not a decision that needs to be made right now, but it's something that we'll plan for as we continue to move forward. The second part of this plan is the athletic facilities at the high school. We know there's a need to do some renovations or some new facilities. So what you'll see here is the things that we're kind of earmarking and we'll be working on. The first one is to demo the current football stadium and to build a new multi-purpose stadium for football, soccer, track and field with a new practice field that would be attached to that. The stadium itself would be a turf field that would be permanently lined for soccer and for football, along with a regulation track, because right now track cannot run there because it's not a regulation track, so it would be a regulation track. We would build a new baseball field along with a new softball field. Softball currently is playing over at Crete Elementary School, so they would come back to the high school and play actually right next to the baseball field. And we have some blueprints, and we're going to kind of show you some diagrams. And then we would build the new tennis courts and renovate the current tennis courts, so we add a few. And then we would also build a new junior varsity softball field at the present site of the current baseball field and renovate the baseball field as a new or renovated junior varsity baseball field. That cost is $23.5 million we're estimating. My goal would try and seek private funding for that, go looking for donations for that, because our first emphasis is on our educational facilities. And so that's where, if we were to sell bonds, we would put the money towards, and then we would try and get private funding for this also. So that's also part of the plan. One of the things I wanted to share are some meetings that I've had. The board had asked me to just kind of meet with a couple of our constituents. So I've met with Mike Einhorn, the mayor of the village of Crete, also with Jim Pop, the mayor of the village of Monee. Both of those were positive meetings that I had. Both of them were excited about the plan and what it could do for their communities and that. I have reached out to Vivian Covington, the mayor of the village of University Park. I did have a meeting scheduled with her. She did not show up for the meeting, did not call, and we haven't been able to contact her to reschedule that. John Osenberg, we've been trying to schedule. I know he has been out of town on that, so I have not met with him yet. I did just get an email from the village of Monee that requesting and asking me to come to their board meeting and present the plan to them in July. I haven't responded to that. I'm just waiting to see what the board's interest is on that, but they've asked me to come and just share that with them and that. So that is also a good sign because I'm willing to do that, and something I think we need to do and partner with our communities on this. So I'm going to introduce Dave right now, who's going to talk about some of his areas. And so Dave, it's all yours.
All right, thank you very much. So what we are going to do tonight is talk about the options that Ken kind of alluded to earlier, as well as discuss the current condition of your buildings within the district and some assembled for what you should be doing to the buildings now, and then we actually develop some estimates of what those costs might be moving 20 years into the future. So one of the things that we do as architects, when we look at developing a facility plan for a district, we consider three components of that plan: life safety, physical facility assessments, and educational adequacy. Each of these components are kind of standalone issues, but together we look for trying to find the common components of those. Each one of those studies to help devise a solution that is in the best interest of the district. Life safety, as you all know, is basically code related. All their buildings are built to standards, code standards. Every 10 years we go through, we do a 10-year life safety survey of the buildings, and we look for any violations to the codes under which the buildings were constructed. And we assemble those. It's done through the state of Illinois, State Board of Education. The maintenance related items, that's that physical facility assessment. That's basically looking at issues that to your buildings that may not be to the point where they're a code issue, a safety issue, but still something that has to get done. Tuck pointing, for instance, we don't include those on life safety, but you have to make sure you try to keep water out of your exterior walls or the building will deteriorate. We also look at educational adequacy, and this is really the point of discussion where we look at curriculum and organization, the building organization, what the vision of the district is educationally, technology, we look at safety issues, all those components that work toward creating a nice environment for the students, moving the district forward in its educational goals. Now, tonight, well, before we go on, basically just, for educational adequacy, future-ready classrooms, we are working with a lot of districts on developing plans, and, just future-ready is creating collaboration spaces and student-centered educational differentiated settings within classrooms, project-based STEM and STEAM. All those components get developed into those facilities. Now, the facilities that we're planning for the new pre-K2 and the 3-5 and the addition of the middle school, all of these would be part of that endeavor.
So Dave, let me touch on this too, because this is something I don't know if the district has ever done, but this is a really intensive process, because what you do is you really look to the future and see, how am I going to teach our kids in the future? How do I project our curriculum to be taught to our kids? So let me give you an example of this. So it may be that in social science, I want to teach in a classroom that there are multiple learning spaces in the classroom. And so what that means then is that you have to restructure the classroom physically in order to get those multiple places and those multiple learning places. I may need to, instead of having one overhead projector in the classroom, I may need to have 2 TV displays and a projector in the back of the room so that there are multiple learning spaces, so a teacher can send a group of students over here, a group of learners over here to work on one thing on the same project, but then I have another one over here, and then I've got another one over here. So you have to, it's looking at your programming and how you program, and then you have to design your facilities after your programming in that. So it's a real intensive, I've been through, I think a couple of these you've done, that I've been involved with too. So it is well worth it, but then there's a cost associated with that. And as you can imagine, to take a classroom that you have straight desks in and make it multiple learning spaces, you're not only talking about your technology, you're also talking about the furniture that's in the classroom. Because you don't want the same desks in there, and kids, having to move these desks across and scratching floors and that. So now you've got to get movable furniture. So there's a lot of that, I don't think this district's ever done that. I've done it in 2 previous districts, and it's well worth it. You don't kind of fully stakeholders on your staff, all your grade levels and all of that. So, yeah.
It's that transition from the sage on the stage to the guide on the side. So, there's a lot going on, and, students will work with each other independently, and collaboration is a big part of education today. With technology, they can go, a couple kids, 2-3 kids in a corner, and they can essentially kind of work with themselves to progress through a lesson plan. And the teacher can just check in with them and make sure that they're progressing appropriately. Ken mentioned it. We've done this in other districts. Beyond those, furniture, you want to look at, if you start having differentiated settings within classrooms, you might want to also look at options for lighting so that you can adjust lighting in different areas of the room. You might want to look at acoustics on a more intense level so that if you have 3 conversations going on in a classroom, it can probably tend to get loud. So you want to make sure you have enough sound absorbing material in there. So you might be transitioning from maybe a tile floor to carpeting floors, or upgrading the ceiling tiles to something that's a more absorptive material. But all these components go into educational adequacy. This is just a kind of a cartoon, just kind of showing that there are different learning environments that can be created, from folding walls to glass walls to holes in walls. And it's just, there's a lot of spaces that get students excited, and the ability for them to move and collaborate with each other in different settings could be very beneficial. And again, that's just there's an educational adequacy component that we have not looked at in this district yet, but it is a component to a long-term plan that you should look at.
And again, I think it's not, and please know this, it's not something that we are pushing or I'm pushing anything, but it's just something to just kind of be aware of, that there are some things out there that, when you build a new facility, this is all part of the programming on that. You want, if you build a new facility, you want an efficient one, you want a simple one, but inside you want to make sure that there's areas enough for kids and for different learners that you have.
So now we're just going to take a look at the existing building conditions. This is really focusing on the 2 components, life safety and physical assessment, the maintenance component. So I have a slide for each school.
This is the pointer for the screen one. You want it?
Okay.
The green one's a pointer.
I have a slide for each of the schools. So just starting off with Balmoral, each slide is kind of set up the same way. To begin with, it shows when the building was originally constructed. In case of Balmoral, 1960. There were additions to Balmoral in 67, 70, and 98. What we did is we took the areas of each one of those additions in the original building and kind of did a weighted average. The weighted average age of Balmoral in 2019 is 49.7 years. The total area of Balmoral is 62,970, has an enrollment of 470. That correlates to an average area per student of 134, which is, it's reasonable. In the 2019 life safety report, actually 2014, that the components or the items that have not yet been addressed, there's about $200,000 worth of items that would need to get addressed in 2019. We have also gone through and done a physical assessment of the building, and there are several components within the building that need to get updated. Those total $8.6 million. And then, as I mentioned, the 20-year cost. This is taking a look from 2019 to 2039. What costs might you have moving forward for 20 years? Now, just as an example, life safety. Last time you did a life safety at Balmoral was in 2014, so you will do another one in 2024, and you'll do another one again in 2034 in that 20-year window. The life safety costs, what I did is I looked at the life safety costs of the violations as compared to the area of the buildings. And surprisingly, it pretty much came out to be about $20 a square foot across the district. There were some buildings a little more, some a little less. So what I did today is just kind of use that $20 average moving forward, and escalated it out for in 2024, 6 years from now, what that cost would be, and so on. And what we're predicting in that 20-year window is you'd have about $2 million in life safety violations identified in those 2 additional life safety surveys. We also predict that you would have about $6.4 million in physical assessment items. Now, for this, what we did is we kind of took a look at each, maybe some of the bigger ticket components of a building. And I'm going to give an example, roofing. You have in the district, not including the 6th grade center and the dome, you have 750,000 square feet of roofing. And the newest roof you have is at the high school. That building now is a little over 10 years old, actually, but essentially 10 years old. So in 20 years, that roof will be 30 years old. Roofs have a warranty period of 20 years. You'll be able to get probably 25. You might be able to get 30. But basically, within that 20-year window from 2019 to 2039, you will probably be replacing literally every roof in the district. And Balmoral is included in that. So we've included the roofing costs at Balmoral. We also included the likelihood you'll have to do some paving work. We looked at, let's see, tuck pointing, probably some HVAC upgrades. Although there's a significant amount of HVAC in that initial 8.6, there would still be things like your building automation system. They provide upgrades regularly. You probably don't want to wait 20 years before you do an upgrade to your building automation system, because you're not going to gain all the benefits of that system and all the energy savings that relate to that. We also, each one of those, or the 2019 life safety or physical assessment items included fire sprinkler at the building, a few electrical upgrades. There's some lighting controls. There's some water treatments, plumbing fixtures. Basically, it's not a, it's a lot, but there's still going to be things beyond that 2019 up to 2039 that it would still have to be done, and we're estimating that those would be that $6.4 million. You can see we also had a line item for ed adequacy. So currently, obviously in 2019, we've not planned to do any upgrades to those buildings to address any ed adequacy. Within that 20-year window, we're not sure. But right now, we included no cost, but there's probably something that would need to happen to look at those. Crete Scott King, originally built in 1971, addition in 73, average age about 47 years old. It's about 63,000 square feet, 220 square foot per student. So it's there's less enrollment at this school, about same size. This one had about 1.2 million in life safety and about 6.2 in physical assessment items in 2019. Going forward, probably 2 million and 6 million. Crete Elementary. This one has had a lot of additions. It's a 1928 original. Additions in 38, 46, 49, 50, 70, 77, and 82. 64 years average age. This has 386 students, 216 square foot per student. There's about $4 million of remaining life safety items at this building. There are identified $8.1 million in maintenance items, and moving forward, 2.6 and 7.9. Early learning. 63 original, couple additions. It's about 55 years old. You can see the numbers relating to this. Now, we did adjust on this one. We did adjust the area per student. We took about half of the building as your early learning area, because the administration area that is within this building. So about 231 square foot per student for the school portion. Monee Education Center, I'm sorry. This is your alternative school. 1950 with 3 additions, average age about 64 years. This is a small building, 25,000 square feet. There's really only, according to what I've seen, there's 29 students there. So obviously it's a big area per student at this building. There wasn't a whole lot in life safety here, 600,000 in the physical assessments. Again, smaller building, 2.9 million. And you can see what the 20-year projections are. This is Monee Elementary. Now this is a newer building. This is, I think, 11 years old, 12 years old maybe, actually 13. 2006 it was built. It's not had any additions, 63,000 square feet. We have identified in life safety $6,000 worth of violations. And so it's pretty small. We think there's probably about 50,000 in physical assessment items, maintenance items, really mostly related to paving, and obviously no educational adequacy issues. In 20 years, you might have $1 million in life safety in this building. And what we probably see as when you build a new building, obviously you have no violations the day it opens. 10 years from now, essentially you have no violations. 10 years more, you're probably going to be maybe halfway to that $20 mark. And then 20 years beyond, you'll probably be at the full $20. And basically what we see in life safety is there's just wear and tear on a building. And that's really what we find is that, doors don't operate properly. You see a lot of that. Sometimes it's spaces that are getting repurposed that aren't supposed to be used in a certain way. So we'll see, storage rooms, former storage rooms that become offices, and there's not fresh air and some other issues. So we have to upgrade those. But so with this building, got $1 million and 4.7 moving forward. Talala, 1960, it's an average age about 58, 40,000 square feet, 127 square foot per student. It has $1.4 million in outstanding life safety items and about 4.9 in maintenance items. Crete Monee Middle School. This was originally in 74. There's been 3 additions, most recently in 2016. Average age is a little under 20 years old. 145,000 square feet, 1,100 kids, 131 square foot per student. There are very little life safety violations outstanding there, about 100,000. And physical assessments, 3.2 million. It's basically tuck pointing. There is some pavement work and some roofing work. 20 years out, that's going to probably escalate, and just based upon the area of the building. Yes? Well, you have life safety issues because it's 20 years old. The addition doesn't have any life safety items. They're more in the original building. Crete High School. Now, Crete High School was built in 2007, so it's 12 years old. 326,000 square feet, 197 square foot per student. We identified $30,000 in life safety violations there. And again, I think it was mainly doors that were having issues with making sure that they close and open properly. We also identified about $150,000 in maintenance items. Again, it was really related to pavement. There's some issues out there going on. And then 20 years, the 20-year window, probably 3.3 million in life safety and about 20.4 in physical, maintenance items. And you have a building here that is 326,000 square feet. The roof area is probably, 250,000 square feet. So just, today's dollars for a roof is about $20 a square foot. So what we did on really all these 20-year costs on a physical assessment, maintenance type point, we actually inflated those dollars out 10 years midway through that 20-year period, because obviously you're not going to you're going to be seeing those all the way along, some a little bit before that 10-year period, some after. So we just use the midpoint of 10 years as kind of that escalation point. And we use 2% inflation moving forward. Sixth grade center, a lot of additions there. Average age 53. It's 150,000 square feet. And that's the sixth grade center portion. That's not the dome. There's outstanding $3 million in life safety. Now, the life safety does include both the sixth grade building and the dome. The physical assessment issues, 29.2, is just the sixth grade. We have a separate number for the dome. Going forward in 20 years, 4.7 and about 10.6. The dome is 53 years old, 1966 it was built, 44,000 square feet. And again, the life safeties were included in that previous number. There's about $9.3 million worth of assessment issues that we identified at the dome currently. And moving forward 20 years from now, it's probably about 3.5 in physical assessments and about $1 million in life safety.
So let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger. Try.
What?
I know, really. And I'm going to kind of hit this first column. Now, let me see if I can go bigger. So this chart that you have in your packet is kind of a summary of everything that we have kind of talked about. So let me just go through this. So you will see here in the first column I've showed is all the life safety. These are on our current buildings. I've taken out of this equation the sixth grade center and the dome. I've pulled that out of there. But what you'll see is life safety, the preventative maintenance, which is the facility assessment things that David talked about, and then the 2019 costs. So what you'll see then on our current facilities, the bottom line of that is about $49.6 million to invest in our buildings to keep them, to keep all the buildings and to upgrade them. And then when you look at the 20-year cost that's out there, you're talking about an additional $86.5 million that you're going to spend over the next 20 years on these facilities. From just looking, and I'm going to take the second column on preventative maintenance. So let's just round that to $60 million, let's just say. And so over 20 years, that's preventative maintenance in the ballpark of $3 million a year that you need to be doing on your buildings, on your current buildings. So you put both of those totals together, the 2019 cost, the 20-year cost, you're looking at $136 million overall for those facilities, for those current facilities and that, all right? So this chart summarizes it. Again, we've kept, this is the total for the dome and the sixth grade center, but we've kept that separate because I didn't want to really skew the numbers and that. It doesn't make any sense because we're really not utilizing those facilities, and the main educational facilities that we use are up on the top there, all right? So the question that had come up was, what's plan B? And this is plan B, quite honestly. It really is. This is what we're going to have to do to our facilities if we don't, or if we don't move forward really with grade centers. The other thing it does, quite honestly, it does not solve is we're running approximately a $2 million operational deficit every year. And that would continue with this, or we would have to cut services. There's no way around that. And that. I'm doing an analysis of, on Friday, I'll have an analysis, because I have a meeting with PMA on our cash flow to see what that is. So it'll give me an idea as I project out how many years we have in cash balances that will maintain us. I'll give you a perfect example of that, and this is the Lincoln Way School District that I live in takes tax anticipation warrants out every year in order to pay their operating funds. And it's basically you're using a credit card to pay your bills. And so when you don't have the cash, that's what you have to do, and we don't want to do that. You just don't. And that's what the state of Illinois does. We just don't want to do that. So again, it's just, it's a decision that the board will make. Again, our recommendation is consolidating our facilities in order to eliminate a deficit, to get our educational learning, the equity in that, and the equity in our facilities and that. So those are our goals, and those are our goals going into the plan. Dave, I think the next chart, if I can advance this thing, see if I can. There we go. Let me go back down. So Dave, this is, I think, something you put together. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just put together a little chart just to kind of show you the age of your buildings. You've got 20 years or less, you've got 443,000 square feet, about 40% of your district. And obviously a big part of that is the high school and Monee Elementary. From 20 to 30, about 70,000 square feet, 30 to 40, 42,000. You've got quite a bit at 40 to 50, 172,000, and over 50 years old, 355,000. So you just look at, graphically, about half of your square footage in your district currently is over 40 years old, and a good portion of it's over 50.
So before we go to Q&A, before we do that, let me just, again, I just want to touch on the financing of the plan as we presented it. Again, this is just kind of a bar chart that kind of shows our financing structure of what we would do. If you remember in my financial report, I believe somewhere, let me just grab a pointer here. Somewhere around this area, the debt had gone from here, and then it came down, and there were just these little marks here, if you remember that. So our restructuring would be through the use of the tax extension-based bonds, which does not have to go to referendum. We do have a limit of that, and so that's what you'll see by this bar. So we would restructure our current debt. We are extending our debt out. We are doing that. I'm not hiding that, but it's just something that we have to do, because my goal going into this is not to increase the debt payment to the district, which in fact then would increase the debt payment to the taxpayers. So I didn't want to do that. So it's stretching it out. And then my goal was trying not to go to referendum, because it will allow us to start this process sooner. I think having a referendum pass is a difficult a part of this. Everyone experiences that. I've experienced defeats in referendum. It's a lot of work and a lot of difficulty. So that's why the use of the tax extension-based bonds that we would be able to do on that. You'll also kind of see here a little summary of when we would get it. Dave has put together, and it's in your packet. I'm not going to go through it, but it's in your packet of kind of a cash draw that we did. So we kind of looked at when we would need the bonds. And so what you'll see here is the first draw would be in the fall sometime of 18 of about $47 million. We don't expend all of that at one time, so a lot of that will go into the bank. We'll gain some interest on it. We have put some interest income in here also to assist us. So you'll see there would be, if we went through with the whole plan, 4 different bonds that would total out to the $86.5 million. We would also use about $2 million in cash in order to demo the 6th grade center. At least that's projected cost. We'd have to see how the bids came in. This last slide is really and I don't think it's something that I've really showed, but I just wanted to do this. That's a little small. But this is kind of an overlay right now of the athletic facility plan and what would happen. What you'll see on here, and it's real faint, is right here is where the current football field is right now. So what we would do is, you'll see in green is we have flipped the football stadium, or it becomes a multi-purpose, multi-sport stadium, I should say, along with a practice field. This would be a new baseball field and a new softball field. So we create somewhat of a plaza here. Our home field stands would be right here. Underneath that would be some concession area that could be utilized for softball and baseball. We also have a building over here that would house storage, some locker rooms, along with additional concession stands for track and field and for football. It is a regulation track, so events could all be hosted here. We would also upgrade the tennis area over here. And you'll see these are currently this is the baseball field that is being used for competition. Of course, the varsity would move over here, so this would be junior varsity baseball and softball. And that. To kind of give you an idea, this is what the stadium would look like, and this is what our goal is, and what the stadium would look like, the multi-purpose. Again, it would be permanently lined for soccer and for football, along with the regulation track. This is actually a project that actually Dave worked on over at Plainfield. This is now what their stadium looks like, and so that's what we kind of modeled it after also.
We changed the name of the end zone for Plainfield,
Yeah.
but so.
We just made it Crete Monee. Looks better. There's also in your packet, one of the things we talked about is the demo of the sixth grade center. And Dave just wanted to kind of, and he put this together for me, so I appreciate this, kind of a list of things that have to be done to demo a building. It's not something that you can just all of a sudden, get the sledgehammers out and the wrecking balls out and just start banging away. There's a whole list of things that you have to go through, including you'll see down here at 16 and 17. Additional information. As I just go all over the place. Technology. So you'll see down here 16, 17 about the ROE, Regional Office of Education, being involved and all that. Dave, do you want to comment on these, please?
Yeah, it's just, to be honest with you, ROE, it's a process to take a building down. They want to make sure everything is done right so that it's obviously safe and that you're not impacting any of the utilities that connect to the building. So there's a process that we would go through. Basically, you got to get a survey done of the property. We want to know where utility lines go, get a full understanding of that, so we can also document all the paving in the areas of the building that we would relate that to the contractors. We would want to get an environmental consultant on board, get them into the building. They would do an assessment of the building, trying to identify all the locations where you might have asbestos or other hazardous materials in the building. When you demolish a building, there are basically two ways you deal with asbestos in the state of Illinois. If you're going to continue to live in a building, you follow the Illinois Department of Public Health regulations, and there's a whole series of cleanings and air monitoring and testing, and there's clearances that have to get approved. Obviously, when people return to the space, they want to make sure it's going to be safe for them. So there's really a series of things you go through. When you demolish a building, nobody's going to live there after that. So they want to make sure that you take out any asbestos that would be friable, that during a demolition process, you don't break up any asbestos that would make it airborne and impact the residents, nearby residents. But there is asbestos that's non-friable. You can leave that in the building. What we have found is a lot of the demolition contractors want to go ahead and, in fact, in some cases, they will actually remove asbestos that is non-friable, even though they don't have to, under these NESHAP requirements, because they do so much recycling of the materials after the fact when they demolish a building. And if they take something to a recycling center and there's asbestos components in it, the recycling center may not accept that material. So they take it off, they take the asbestos known, and they that way they can reuse that, recycle that material at different sites. We would want to obviously notify the Department of Public Health. One of the things that you'd want to do is to basically let them know that this is no longer going to be used as an educational center, so that they allow you to abate using these NESHAP regulations. Again, just not as many clearances and air testing as you would if you were going to occupy the building after the fact. Assemble those documents, do the asbestos abatement, get the building cleared, assemble the documents for demolition, remove any materials within the building that the district might want to salvage. There might be things within there that the district thinks are of some value, or that you could maybe utilize in some other buildings. There might be some water heaters or something that were replaced recently that are still in very good shape, or some other newer light fixtures or something in a portion of the building. So we just want to make sure that if there is anything that the district can use, that you have an opportunity to take it. It could be even some furniture items. In some cases, when we've demolished a building, the district has gone through and done kind of a community garage sale, and they sold the lockers and the student desks, and the community comes out, and you're not trying to make money on it, but you're just, if somebody wants to take a student desk home as a memory of them going to that school, they can have it. And basically go through, one of the things you have to do is you have to get approvals by all of the utility companies before you can start that demolition. So there's going to be, literally you have to have a piece of paper from the gas company and the water company and the sewer company to make sure that those disconnections have been done properly before the ROE will grant you this demolition permit. Once you receive that, obviously that demolition can go forward. And again, it's an interesting process. I will tell you, buildings come down much faster than they go up. That sixth grade center, probably a month process for them to kind of take it down, take the materials and kind of put them in different piles and collect it, put it on whatever trucks they're doing, and have it taken out to the recycling centers and get the site back in order for the next phase, which would be possibly another building.
We put in here kind of a sample schedule for you. I'm not going to walk through this, but it kind of give you kind of a construction schedule of how things would work. We've also put in there, this is a lot of small numbers, but anyway, this is kind of how we kind of base the bond sale on. It's kind of a construction draw, what we call it, and for all the projects in that, how much money we would need at certain times and that. One of the things we talked about, and this is something that Dave had shared with me, but the question comes up is, if we do this plan, what do we do with these other properties? And and I'll give you an example. I'll take Talala, that is in Park Forest. I don't know if there's a need to anybody to have that property, but it could be turned into an outdoor nature classroom where our other schools can take field trips there and do things with nature. So it's just, kind of one of the things. It's not a huge cost. We could build it into the project possibly, and look at. But again, it's just one of those options that you may be able to do and may be able to do with one of the properties. I don't recommend keeping the properties, all of them. I think we should keep one if we were to do this in the event of any future need. But I do think that we should demo all the buildings and that at this time, because just by keeping them is going to cost us money, like the sixth grade center, and the cost of taking it down is just going to escalate as we go. And then we've also put in there kind of the option one, broken it down by project. I'm not going to go through this, but that is also in there, and we'll have that online too, along with option two. So there's option one and option two that I talked about originally. And then again, this is just some next steps, just to kind of let you know what I would begin doing. So our goal is, and it says consensus from the board on June 12th, it should be June 19th. I apologize for that. But if there is positive consensus, what we would do is I would create a core team to develop a blueprint for the implementation of the plan. So taking a look and getting a core team together would involve a lot of our, I shouldn't say administrators, but district leadership team, along with construction-wise, our architect in that. Would like to have a member of the Board of Education on it also, where we begin developing a blueprint to implement this. How are we going to implement it? What's going to be involved? Do we set up, we're going to want to set up community meetings. Let's start talking about that and setting that up. So we would begin that. We would also then begin the schematic design phase for the demolition of the sixth grade center, which really needs to take place no later than October of 18, and the building of the pre-K to 2 learning center, which would actually start, if we so move that way, March of 2019. It would open up then August of 2020. We would try and target the August committee of the whole meeting to share our blueprint that we kind of put together. So again, it won't be a final blueprint, but at least it'll be kind of a framework for that blueprint in that. So that's kind of our goal tonight, and that's where the consensus comes in to kind of begin moving forward with this. Please know that, I think that's the last slide, that in projects that I've done before, I have worked with Healy Bender Architects before in 2 other districts. Projects that I do are heavily community involved and heavily staff involved too, of getting their input and sharing with the community what is going on, to the extent where we've set up websites under our website that has all the construction stuff, all the bid docs are on there, financials are on there, all of that is on there. So it's really open to the community, and the community can see what's going on, and then also inviting them in on certain days and certain times to share what's going on and also get their opinions too. Okay? So I'm gonna be quiet now and take any questions that there may or comments in that too. Or we can come up to the board table and talk about it too, whatever, Jennifer, whatever your pleasure is on this. Okay, any questions?
And on the, each of the slides goes through the existing facilities. You've got a 2019 and next 20 years. Do I understand that the construction costs or facilities maintenance and life safety, that's what's identified in 2019, not to be expensed this year?
Not
just what's identified this year that would be incurred over the coming years, and then the 20 years things you're projecting that would be identified in.
Yes, and I think that's what the goal is.
That's correct, Nelson.
Yes. Sure. So Nelson's question was, on each of the slides where each of the facilities are, there's a 2019 cost, and then there is a 20-year cost. That 2019 cost, and so he asked, he wants to make sure that that 2019 cost is the current expenditure that we would need on that building. Not that we have budgeted that now. We're not looking at that, but that's what we need to get that building up to par, both the life safety and the physical assessment. The 20-year cost is something that Dave is actually predicting out that is going to cost us over the next 20 years to maintain that facility, both in life safety and in preventative maintenance. Am I right on that? Yes.
And I will say those future estimates, there are a lot of assumptions in there. And
Sure.
There would have to be, we had a week to kind of pull this together. There's a lot of, it need to be vetted, but there's significant cost to maintain older buildings moving forward. We did include some technology costs within those physical assessment numbers in the 20-year plan.
The other thing to keep in mind is none of those costs have in their educational adequacy. So if you do something like that or depart on that journey to do that, there probably would be some additional costs that you'd have to decide whether you want to do it or not. Now, I've been in ed adequacy programs where we've been through them. You know what I'm talking about? We've been through them, and they're like, "Oh, we ain't doing any of that." So, and that's okay.
We included $2,500 a student. That was what was budgeted, and again, inflated out 10 years.
Yeah.
Whatever 2,500 is 10 years from now at 2%.
Her question was, does that include things like infrastructure and that? I'm sorry, I should repeat the question because they're not in mic. So things like infrastructure and that, and those have been included in Dave's estimate as he kind of, looks forward on this. But again, and that you'd have to undertake this whole ed adequacy thing if you want, in order to really look at that and really if you're meeting your needs of what you're teaching in the curriculum that you're teaching. Mike? Yeah, come on back up. Get some more exercise. You can stay here. Hi, Cheryl. Oh, okay. I get paid there. No kidding, no kidding. Good. Good for you.
And I've got another question ready.
Sure.
If you're ready to go. On page 2743, where you summarize the costs identified in 2019 and then the 20-year cost estimate.
Okay,
I think in fairness, you'd need to pull out the high school, middle school, the buildings that are not going to be replaced. We're going to have to incur some of those future maintenance costs regardless. I think it'd be probably a crisper analysis in support of the new plan if you just looked at the buildings that are going to be replaced.
okay.
Does that make sense?
No, I can do
I think
that.
that's, I think it's
I can
fair
do
to-
another
fair
subtotal there,
analysis
just
to
as
the
long as
public.
those are in
Yeah.
there. I'll do another
Yeah.
subtotal. That makes a lot of sense.
Or
Okay.
do another slide with the same exact thing split out.
Sure.
I have a couple of questions and a comment. I guess the first question is probably silly. Is there any possibility that we can get any money from the great state of Illinois or the United States federal government to build these schools? Like free money, like grants, or, I mean, they're falling apart, and, what are we going to do for the children of the United States rather than Afghanistan or Pakistan or someplace else? Any possibility of getting some money?
I think every district is struggling with this, Mike, and how to maintain their facilities, because you have such a heavy rely on property taxes. I think I don't know of any with the state. They're having troubles paying their bills right now. So, but I mean, I am never opposed to going out and looking and seeing if we can tap in anything, if there's anything there. I know, I'll give you, excuse me, Mike, I'll just give you one example though. I know like tomorrow or Thursday, Keith and I are meeting with Commonwealth Edison about, I think, a plan that they have, incentives that they have for construction, I think. Am I right, Keith? Yeah. So, those type of things we're looking into that'll, it may be just a little piece, but any little piece will help, as we move forward.
I appreciate if anything we can do, if we don't ask, we obviously won't get.
Sure.
And, let them say no, and we can remember that next election for our local politicians and our federally elected politicians, so we can remember how nice they were to our children. And the other thing is a comment that I have. I know on the, I'm 99% sure on the old sixth grade center, the sixth grade center, and the Crete Elementary, there are buried gas tanks, oil tanks, heating oil tanks.
Okay.
We ran into a big problem. It bit us in the butt on the building of the middle school extension that we just did. They couldn't find them, and big story. But anyway, please identify where they're at. It became a big issue with the EPA. I think there's still those two buildings existing. One community member's uncle used to actually deliver heating oil to the schools, so he would be more than happy to help us and tell you where he delivered it and where he thought the tanks were. So please do not forget that. I would hate to start digging and you run into 30,000 gallon tanks and they got some heating oil in the bottom.
Mike, that was at the sixth grade center and Crete Elementary?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. I believe those are the two that were existing. I think the others had above ground. So, but we can check that out. I will do some homework and check it out tomorrow for you and get back to Ken with it. But that was a big issue at the old, at the recent renovation we did. So please look into that for us.
And Mike, if you have any contacts or anything, just send it my way, and then we'll be able to contact them and at least start the process of looking into that.
I will do that.
You know.
Thank you.
Yep.
I have a question. Some time ago, you were mentioning hiring somebody to project a population, how many students. Did we ever get that, and has
I
that
do
been
have that.
included?
I do have that, and that really it remains constant. It really is not. There's a little bit, and a lot of I don't remember offhand, but I can share that with them, and I kind of remember if I shared it with the board or not. I don't remember. If
I don't recall, but I might
It was a Casarda report. I know that.
What I do remember is over the next few years, there is a small increase in the coming year, and then it starts declining very slightly, but it stays within about probably 10 to 15% of where it is now for the 20-year span that the that the survey.
So I'll get
covers.
that out in the FYI, in the next FYI, I'll share that out.
All right, thank you.
Also, and that, but yeah, so we have that, and it's pretty constant. So, you know, it's really not a situation where we look to make anything huge. You know, and that I would, you know, if we go down this road, I think we just look at maybe about 75% utilization, so you have some space there, you know, and all that. But it doesn't project out that there would be an influx of students.
All right. And I don't know if this is relevant at all. Chicago Heights is doing a new state-of-the-art middle school.
Okay.
They got a qualified school construction bond from U.S. Department of the Treasury. I don't know, I can forward you this.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's something that's passed.
Yeah,
you know, that you
I'm
can't-
not sure,
Yeah.
but I can surely check it out. I have no problem doing that. Usually those are bonds that, you know, you get a really good interest.
Like a 0% rate, it
Yeah,
says.
so, yeah, we like that.
Yeah.
So, but we'll check that out. I know PMA also, PMA Securities also has their hands into a lot of that stuff, so they'll know a lot of that stuff too, so I'll work with them on that too.
Okay.
Can, at the committee of the whole meeting, I recall you sharing with the board the interest that would be compounded on top of that. I don't know if I missed it in this presentation, but I want to make sure that the public.
It
aware
is,
of that.
it
What
is in the one slide that I have. Give me 1 second, let me see if I can grab that.
Which pages?
Let me see the page on that. Give me 1 second. I'll hopefully pull it there. Page 32. It's in the one chart that has all the crazy numbers on it. So what you'll see, and I've got it up here, the one number is, it boils down to over here of about $151 million. It's really, well, no, I shouldn't say that. Hold on, let me look at something here. I might have misspoken on that. I don't want to do that.
You can add up on the bar graph that you had put up. You can calculate it from there. I think we were talking about $175 million. when
Yeah,
it's
it's
all
about
said and done.
175, I think. I mean, that's the
Yeah.
chart here. It is, and not denying that you have to pay interest. I'm going to equate it to your home. How much did you pay for your home? When people say that, when people ask me what I paid for my home, I give them what I paid, but that's not really what I paid if I had all the interest. You know, I understand that, and there's interest in it, but, you know, in that. But we would share that with the community and be very honest and upfront that this is what it costs, the cost of borrowing, and that.
For clarity, Mrs. Gasparo, is this where the board is making comments, or are we going to do the motion?
Sorry, she asked if we were making comments now, and I said, yes, we're not going to make a motion until we know what the motion's going to be.
Okay, so we talked about this thoroughly at the committee of the whole, and I think we had really good conversations about it. Even after that, I believe the board received an email from Ms. Hirsch. Ms. Hirsch sent out, I didn't get it, just so you know. But, and also an email from Ms. Gasparo with a note from Mr. Albrecht pushing for this moving forward without a referendum and sharing the reasoning why that would be the right thing to do. I have really thought about it thoroughly, trying to, you know, weigh both sides, but my stance remains the same in regards to moving forward without a referendum. Like I stated at the committee of the whole meeting, I understand there's a lot that needs to be done with our facilities. We've received complaints about our sports facilities and all of that, so I'm not taking away from that at all. I just have concerns with moving forward in amount this large without getting input from the community. When I think about our last couple of major projects, we got input from the community and they were way less than these. When the high school was built, as well as with Monee and all of that, there was a facilities committee created that consisted of stakeholders, parents, teachers, administrators, board members, that took very thorough time looking at possibilities, making recommendations to the board. Also, when we look to the middle school project was the result of another facilities committee. My first year as president, we created same process. We had stakeholder input. We had roundtable discussions, multiple meetings, getting feedback from the community. We say we value the voice of our community, and it is on the backs of our taxpayers to pay for these. And we're looking at the possibility of a tax payment going down, and now we're saying we're stretching it out. Technically, no, it's not increasing, but it's not going down the way it could have been going down. So that's another issue. Also, the concept of grade centers, I know that our previous superintendent did bring that to the board, Dr. Cunningham. Never really got flushed out, never really got input from the staff. To my knowledge, there are some who think that we really need to reconsider that, what that would do for our district and restructuring the form of our district, and we have not gotten that input. I also feel that in some ways, even though the board has kind of talked about this for a couple of months, a little bit here and there, it seems a little rushed. I understand that there's timetables if we want to move now, but I just feel like we're rushing a little bit with that. I'll also piggyback Mr. Teray's comments. Have we looked at all forms of funding? Have we looked at alternative sources? Me personally, I agree with looking, what can the state do? The state is responsible for educating our children and making sure that they have the facilities that they need, as well as our community. But I do think we need to look at alternative funds. Also, just looking at some of the things that were proposed in the plan, for the most part, I do agree with. Some of the things I don't agree with. I did mention too in our committee of the whole meeting, if we're gonna take the opportunity to do something this grand in Crete, Monee, for us to move forward without incorporating some form of community space, community center or community space where all of our villages and communities can come together and utilize that space in one place, I think that would be a bad choice for us. So those are my comments on it.
Thank you.
If we decide to go with a referendum, what would that do to our time frame?
Well, I believe you can put it on referendum on the November ballot. You have to do that by the end of August, I believe. I believe that's that time frame. You just lose, you lose a year is what you lose. Quite honestly, I really, I think so.
I think August 20th is the date you would have to approve a motion for a referendum.
So you really couldn't do anything until that referendum passed.
So we would have to move forward with the life safety as it is now.
We would have to probably move forward with the life safety as it is now. And we
what's
would have
that
to-
dollar
We would have
amount?
to sell bonds for that somehow in order to do that.
And that's 10 million?
That's, yeah, a little over 10 million, something like that.
So we would be putting $10 million into buildings that potentially in a year we could be tearing down and or
Could.
selling.
Yes.
Well, I did ask that you speak to the regional superintendent in regards to telling him that we're looking at a plan and we have these life safety issues to attend to. Can we put these off until we know for sure what we're doing? Did we get a chance to talk to the regional?
I did not talk to him. I did not. So, I would, this is just me talking. I would hesitate putting that off. I don't know what liability that would cause the district because they need to be done by 2019. And if something were to happen. So I don't know. I don't. So I'd have to, I can contact the regional superintendent to find out. Again, if you go to referendum, I just don't see it passing, but you know,
And then we're,
then we're back. But, you know, you can do the life safety, but that doesn't help your whole preventative maintenance part that you still have. That, you know, I walked the facilities today, and I took pictures today. To see corroded windows on facilities that look directly outside, you know, that's not part of life safety. That's replacing all the windows in the frames, you know, so there's a cost there. You know, those type of things, you know, and that are in our facilities. And so,
You know, yeah, Ken, there's no doubt we got issues with our buildings. Yeah, we got the life safety issues. We have the facility issues. I saw those numbers, they were staggering, but at the end of the day, if we were to address and do all those facility issues, it would be basically a new school, in my opinion, taking the life safety issues, the facilities, because we haven't broken those things down and given them to the board. I saw those from the assessment Healy and Bender did a few years back, what those facilities assessment entail.
so what was the conclusion of that assessment? Was that assessment to move forward on that? That was done by, I
Oh,
think.
no, that assessment at that time, we was going to address the life safety. It was almost like a wish list, okay? And we was going to allocate $2 million a year for maintenance to just, you know, we never did that before in this district. So those are the things we was going to look forward to do.
Okay.
Where that dropped, I don't know. Okay, but
Well,
I
it
do.
dropped, quite honestly, it dropped because you're running a deficit.
Yeah.
And again, you continue the facilities, operating the number of facilities that you have, you're going to continue running a deficit.
And again, I don't think we have an expenditure problem. I think we have a revenue issue. Okay, we have no working cash or very little working cash. So we have a debt that's going to be put up there to the taxpayers for $12 million until the year 2041, 42, somewhere in that ballpark. And then somewhere along the line, we're still going to have to borrow more money. It's going to be on top of that $12 million that we are going to be collecting as far as our debt service from taxpayers. So that's not just a given hard number.
Why would we
And-
borrow more money on top of that? I'm trying to figure that one.
And so we're not going to ever need working cash at some point. So you can emphatically say from now to the year 2042, we're never going to borrow money again.
I don't know, because I won't live that long, first off, but.
You don't
So
know
that's-
that. But then we
But-
projected out that long.
Yeah, we projected out
I have
that
an
long.
issue with the proposed amounts that it could cost. We don't know that. In my opinion, those numbers are fluff. That's just an estimate. If we're going to project something out 20 years, that's just the estimate. We don't know how much things are going
But
to
what I
cost.
can tell you for sure is that you're going to run out of cash.
Oh, absolutely.
I know.
Yes.
no, you're going to run out of cash if we continue the
If we
way,
continue
status
we
quo, the way it
operate,
is
we
now.
operate,
We're going to run out of cash. I mean, again, that's why we have no working cash right now. In the budget, I asked last week about our fund balance.
Right.
You know, I didn't see that at all. So.
Well, again,
Okay, but at the end of the day, you know, we're talking about 80-something odd million dollars plus interest, you know, 175 is what people's going to pay when it's all said and done. And for them not to have an input into it, I think is very unethical. I think is somewhat just not the right thing to do. We borrowed $15 million a couple years ago, and you would thought the sky was falling. We had many members on this board was not in agreement with that. I read some of the village meetings of Crete. Some of their dignitaries found out that we was borrowing without going to the public, and they just got bent out of shape. So how this would fly by, where you get input from the villages, I'm just amazed of hearing that. And no one is, you know, crying out. Are you seriously trying to do this without getting the public involved, getting their input?
but here, the thing I want to say is this: I have never said the public was not going to be involved in this. I've never said that.
Okay.
I've said that we are going to have community forums so we can explain this to them and show them what we want to do and how we want to do it.
And this is going to be
at
a
any
consensus to move forward with your
Right.
plan to get more information.
All during this process, the board is going to have have to make a decision to stop or to go.
But we're talking about a month or so to make decisions and have decisions to tear down the school and get the ball rolling and
But here's
all
the
of
thing,
that.
here's the thing about
But we're
Crete
doing
Monee, and
this
I've only
again.
been here a year. This has been going on for a while.
Absolutely.
And
Matter
so
of fact,
it's time. I
plan-
think it's time. That's all.
You know what? Again, Ken, this plan sort of mirrored a little bit of the past superintendent that we had when it's master plan. A lot of the things, and I'm telling you, a lot of this I'm in favor of. Okay, I'm in favor of ridding ourselves of these old schools and consolidating. I'm in favor of it. But what I'm not in favor of is not giving the public a true voice in making this work. And I'm not in favor of taking CSK out the picture, a proven concept, and having all of those kids from University Park being bused outside of the district until they get to the 6th grade, having all of the kids from Talala being bused out of their neighborhood until they get, for entire school, their school life from K through 12. So to take, and again, not having the public chime in on this in a very aggressive way, a very in tune way, it just behooves me. Okay. And again, I value Laura. Lori, I read your email. I respect her with the utmost respect. Since I've been here, she's been a proven leader in education, curriculum, and I value what she brings to the table. And again, it's just to not give the public a sound idea of what we got going on and give them the opportunity to chime in.
Prior to.
So, again, I'm in favor of, if you want to tear down, take the $2 million in cash and knock that 6th grade center down, tomorrow, go at it.
And that's basically what you're doing, is you're asking us for consensus to move forward, get more cost estimates, get a more detailed plan,
That's really what I'm
get
asking
started
for.
on that 6th grade center. You're not asking us for an approval to build a brand new school tonight. He's asking for a consensus to move forward and develop and spend more time working on the plan. He
But
does not want to spend more
Consensus
time.
on non-referendum, correct?
Yeah, this is consensus on
Just
non-referendum.
clarity.
This would not
No.
work.
You say
You're
yes.
not, yeah, so that's just me. Again, I've seen this around and around. I'm a little seasoned on what's going on, but, I know, and I don't want to mention names, but we had board members here that says, I'm going to stop this. If I have to go out and bring in a backdoor referendum with petitions, I would do that. I would get people to get the 8.5 or 7.5% of the 21,000 voters, get their petition. I would do that. So if that has to be done, I'm sure there will be people that will be willing to do that. So this would be all for naught if that happened, if you believe a referendum will not pass. So somewhere it would come into the mix, I believe, if people really feel like they've been cheated in the process.
What will happen if we go to a referendum and it doesn't pass?
You're back to doing probably the life safety issues and then any other issues that you want to take care of for the facilities. You're going to have to sell bonds to do that, so.
And that cost was 90 million for life safety and to bring them up
No,
to where we.
for life safety and
No,
for
and to
facilities,
bring them
about
up to-
46 million or something like
46.
that. I think the total is about 46 million, something like
How
that.
much is that?
Estimated
What I'm
number.
saying, what is,
Estimate.
For
for
life
what?
safety and for facility, for the preventative maintenance items, it's about $46 million.
Okay, from the true life safety survey that was approved by the state and the regional superintendent, what we have left on that is about $10 million.
It's about $10.1 million.
I'm saying life safety plus
Yes, life
the
safety plus
preventive
the
maintenance
facility
that's
issue.
required is about 49 million with the high school and Monee. So take 3.5 off of that. So you're talking $45 million.
45 million. Yes.
Can I have a question?
good money
When
after bad.
Cheryl was bringing up something about these other bonds, how fast would you know if you could get those?
I'd have to see what's available out there. That's the thing. Usually
Is that
there's an
all
application
construction
process.
or,
Pardon me?
is that all for construction, those bonds?
Those
I'm
are
not
for
familiar what they were
construction.
talking
Yeah,
about.
the
so.
qualified bonds, those are for construction. It depends what the qualifications are for those. I know prior, probably about 2 or 3 years ago, I think the state came up with some of those bonds, qualified bonds, whatever they're called, QIBs, I think they are. And one of them had to be, you had already passed a referendum. Or you had a plan in place, like without a referendum, something like that, you know, and that. So I'd have to see, and all of them are different, so I'd really have to see what is out there, but I can try and find that out and see if there's anything out there that would assist us with those.
The ones that we tried to get a couple of years ago were dealing with life safety
Okay,
issues, and it had to qualify as life safety issues.
okay.
So yeah, there's different ones,
are.
different qualifications. I know there's one, if you're going to have like after-school programs that benefit children, there's different ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of that just depends on what the qualifications are and all of that. So I'd have to look into that and see. And that, what they are.
There's also the facility sales tax to think about too.
There
Be a
is,
potential issue for us.
Yeah.
Or bonus for us.
right.
I'm going to say a few comments if I can. I'll editorialize just a little bit here. I've been coming to these meetings for a quarter of a century, most of the time sitting in the audience. This can's been kicked down the road for a quarter of a century at least, probably before that, before I moved in here and kept coming here. Nobody's done anything about it. We've talked about it forever, and I think the can's been kicked and kicked, and I think we're running out of road. You know, I don't like doing this. I don't like having to spend this kind of money and putting the monkey on the taxpayer's back, period. You know, I think the government should do it. I'm disgusted with the state of Illinois for never meeting their obligations. You know, they haven't done it, but we elect the same clowns to represent us. So, you know, the voters can look in the mirror and they're to blame for that problem because there are no term limits, sadly. So you keep, you know, the old craziness, you know, it's not going to change. You know, you keep repeating the same behavior, it's not going to change. So the federal government's not doing anything for us, but you know, we got to do something. Kids don't stop growing. These buildings, putting $20 or $30 million or $49 million in the future in these old buildings, it's just throwing good money after bad. I've said it 100 times, but I also, you know, like to give the voter an opportunity to have input into it. They're the ones who are going to have this tax stabilization, extension, whatever you want to call it, till 2042 or whatever it is, which, you know, I definitely won't be around till then, okay? You know, Ken, you may, but I'm not, you know, unless I live to 100 years old, or darn near that. But, you know, there's all kinds of blame to go around. There's plenty of chances for people who have met these things, these head on, and you know, and they haven't done it. So shame on all of them. But you know, that's just the way it is. I can't change the past. But keeping all these buildings open is crazy. Trying to maintain them all, I think, is nuts. You know, there's just too much. Consolidation is the only way we're going to survive if we can't get the state and the federal government to do anything, and it doesn't appear that they're in any hurry to do anything. And I'm sure that probably none of us here are going to live long enough to see a big change there. So, you know, I'm torn. I have a really bad decision to make here. I'm going to make a decision in a minute or two. And, you know, I'm going to be berated by the public if I go one way, and I'm going to be berated if I go the other way. I'm a big boy, I got big shoulders, I'll deal with it. And so be it. But, you know, I think it's just a damn shame that we have to come to this point in life here and that, you know, our children are second-class citizens and are not taken care of by the leaders that we elect in all levels of government to take care of our children. They're the future of the country, you know, whether it's a cliche or not. They're going to inherit this nation, and we should do everything we can to support them. And, you know, it's just, it's pathetic that we use them as pawns and all kinds of government uses them that way, and it's, I'm just disgusted with the whole thing. That should be the priority. It shouldn't be other places and other things, and, you know, and I'm a staunch old Republican, so, and I'm just tired of it. I'm just tired of having to deal with this kind of stuff, and, you know, I appreciate your presentation, and I will make this decision shortly, and thank you, and thank you from Healy Bender for putting out the information, and I do understand it's all guesstimates. I get that. You know, if I had a crystal ball, I'd go play the lottery tomorrow, and I'd probably move to a nice island and not have to worry about any of this anymore. But thanks to all of you for your hard work on this, and I will make my decision soon. And thanks for listening and hearing me out. And thank you to public that's listening to this. This is not an easy decision to make, and you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. So I will make this decision shortly.
Can we go ahead and move to a vote to provide the consensus?
I'm
sorry,
Had his
what
chance
was
to
that?
speak that wants to?
I didn't hear what he said.
He wants to move forward with taking a consensus as
Can we
everybody.
can we move forward with the vote to provide consensus to Dr. Surma to continue the facility planning process?
We can, but we have to make sure that everybody has had at least one opportunity to speak.
I have another question for Ken. This price, this total sum, does that include any revenues or any profits or any money for our architect?
All the estimates have in there, architect fees, construction manager fees, all of that. So
The
all of that is
bond company in there?
bonds, all of that has been incorporated into all the estimates, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Any
And
other?
you'll see that when, the one, I think, and I took that off, I can look at it. But at the end where I showed the chart that had the individual projects listed
right.
and that, you'll see I put a line in there also for architect, engineering fees and all of that. So that's in there also. So you'll see that.
Okay. And let me just go back to IB. So are we looking to rid ourselves of the IB program?
I'll turn to Laura for that.
No, it's,
Is it, okay, just can you explain that? Or we're just looking to stop it, do away from the K through 5 at CSK and just continue on with the middle school? Is that what we're looking to do?
Actually, as we discussed the plan, it's an opportunity to provide IB for all students, K through 8. So each of those buildings could then become IB schools. So we pre-K to 2, 3 to 5, 6 to 8.
yeah, and that was
And do
one
we
of
have to
our,
go back through the process with the new buildings, having to apply for IB?
That
and
I don't know
all
the
that?
answer to that, but I could certainly
I'm assuming it
contact
would be
IB.
yes. And then for clarity, so with the closing of buildings, that means reduction of staff as well, correct? I mean, that's a given.
I would think so. We haven't studied that yet. We will do that as part of this whole process is what we would study and try and project that out also.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
does our cabinet feel this is the best thing to do for the children?
Yes. I'll let them speak.
Is this the best thing to do for the children in the district,
Yeah, children of the entire district.
entire district?
In my opinion, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, we've had many discussions
All
about
right.
it. We got a letter from Laura. Okay. Any other board members have any thoughts?
If I can just thank Dave for his time here too. So Dave, thank you very
Yes,
much for your
thank
time and
you.
your input on this. I appreciate it. Thank you, board.
Appreciate you letting me have the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you. Terry, I need my parliamentarian expert. Do we need a motion for a consensus? It's just to begin the process? Okay. You have that written out someplace? Written? All right. I'm just going to go with what's on the agenda. Can I have approval to begin, can I get a motion for the approval to begin the facility planning process?
So moved.
Who was it?
Nelson.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Albrecht,
Aye.
Mr. Brown,
Nay.
Dr. Hall,
Nay.
Mrs. Roop,
Aye.
Mr. Teray,
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith is an aye. Mrs. Gasparo,
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries. Approval to adopt the fiscal year 18 amended budget. This is what we had our public hearing on. Mr. Surma?
Thank you. Just real briefly, and it is approval of the amended budget, so that can be filed with the state. Once it is approved, then our next step is just to file it with the state as an amended budget. So it'll be amended as presented.
Okay, any other questions that we didn't answer before? Can I get a motion for the approval to adopt the fiscal year 18 amended budget?
moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Mr. Teray,
Aye.
Mrs. Roop,
Aye.
Dr. Hall,
Nay.
Mr. Brown,
Nay.
Mr. Albrecht,
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith is an aye. Mrs. Gasparo,
Aye. Board members, please note before you leave that there is a document that we all must sign that has to go to I believe it goes to the state. Okay. All right, next, approve resolution in support of placing the Will County Facility Sales Tax question on the November 2018 ballot. We had some discussion about this before. There's new information that came to light. We did find out from the attorney that we can discuss this again. Mr. Sarma?
Sure, thank you. This has come back because Governor Rauner is looking to, he has not done this definitely yet, but is looking to use these funds, if so approved in the county, for SROs, student resource officers, and also to help for mental health issues and counseling and that. So besides being used for facility issues, they can be used for those two things. Governor Rauner is looking to change the law, so that's why it is coming to us. In addition, I will share that we are approximately 15,000 student votes, student population short of putting it on the ballot for the county. If we do, if the board so approves this, Naperville has said they will approve it also, and therefore it would be placed on the ballot. All this resolution does is put it on the ballot in November for the voters to decide whether to implement a 1% sales tax countywide for the use of facilities.
So the Board of Education approving this, once again, I said this before, the last time we talked about it, if we approve this, we are just approving that we support placing it on the ballot for the voters to decide. We are not approving a 1% sales tax.
Exactly right, yes.
And this is something that if it's on the ballot, it's going to be for every school district in the county, not just ours.
Right, every school district, it'd be countywide, yes.
Municipality.
Yes.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. Is this going to do anything for us with this resource officer if this passes? Are we getting funds to reimburse the two resource officers we are going to hire?
You can utilize the money to, well, I shouldn't say this. At the present time, you cannot do that. Governor Rauner is looking to change the bill or the use of that money to include that. And that. So I already have the 2 resource officers in the 18-19 tentative budget, but it would give additional funds that could be utilized to do that, to offset that cost and offset some services for mental health issues for our students.
What, do you have any feedback on if he has the blessing of King Madigan on this?
I haven't heard anything yet on it. I mean, you know, I saw where a couple articles about it and a couple things that have come out of the state. Dr. Hall, I don't know if you've heard anything on it at all, but I have not. And yeah.
So he's hoping to get the legislature to go along with allowing some of this
Yes.
money to be used for SROs. That's what we're saying here?
Yes. Yes.
And that money would be then money that we could tap into for the expenditures we've already put out?
Yes. And that.
All right. That's what I wanted to figure out. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions?
I have a comment. This is another one I've thought long and hard about and originally supported. My thought with this is, you know, we put enough tax burden on taxpayers, and we need to put more pressure on the state to do what they need to do. And, you know, and I get it, this is just a vote to put it on the ballot. But I think that tends to be the automatic response to go to the taxpayers, ask for more tax dollars. So I go on the record as stating that I agree with, you know, it's about who we send to Springfield, and also putting more pressure on our state legislation legislators to fund education the way that it needs to be funded. And, you know, we're already in a state that's overtaxed. Our tax rate, our income tax rate, all of that, we don't have a progressive tax, we have a flat tax, and that just seems to be the answer in Illinois. So just wanted to make that comment.
And I would just like to make a comment regarding the conversation you had with our legal counsel regarding this being a different action item to vote on tonight. If you can share with the rest of the board in writing that conversation in some way, shape, or form.
I don't know who had it. Go ahead. Do you have something in writing?
No, just, I was told verbally over the phone by our attorney.
Okay, can we get it in writing from Bill? Because what my understanding, it is basically the same action item and it cannot be voted on again. So I just need that in writing. Can we get it in writing? Is that
Well,
asking too much? Okay.
I just wanted you to know that there wasn't something in writing now to give you. But we can.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, we've had other board members request things.
Oh, yeah, that's no problem. I just wanted to make sure you knew that it was done verbally. Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, can I get a motion to approve the resolution in support of placing Will County Facility Sales Tax question on the November 2018 ballot? I will move it.
Moved.
I already moved it. Are you going to second it, Mike?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Roll call?
Mr. Touré,
I'm going to say no.
Mrs. Root,
I might change the nay too. Nay, no.
okay. Dr. Hall,
Nay.
Mr. Brown,
Nay.
Mr. Albrecht,
Nay.
Mrs. Galbraith is a nay, Mrs. Gasparo,
Aye. Motion fails. Thank you. Ken, number 4, approve purchase of multifunction carpet machine.
This is an additional carpet machine that is needed by the district. You'll see also, I'm just looking at the low bid on this was $14,639.58. There were two bids on it. So it's our recommendation that we approve this for the purchase of the carpet machine.
Questions? I'm getting there. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the purchase of the multifunction carpet machine?
Moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Mr. Albrecht?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Dr. Hall?
Abstain.
Mrs. Root?
Aye.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith is an aye. Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye, thank you. Motion carries. Mr. Sermon, number 5, approval of the contract for hardwood gym floor maintenance.
Yes, this is to redo the gym floors in the high school, the middle school, and also in the ELC. The floor at the high school would be completely sanded down with new lines, graphics, and also refinished. The other two facilities, ELC and the middle school, would just receive a preventive maintenance sanding and then a recoating in that. So you have the bids there. There were 3 bids, well, actually 2 bids. The third one did not bid on the project. And we are recommending Gymnasium Matters for the project.
Questions? Can I get a motion to approve the contract for the hardwood gym floor maintenance at selected school sites?
Moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mrs. Root?
Aye.
Dr. Hall?
Present.
Mr. Brown?
Present.
Mr. Albrecht?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith is an aye. Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries. And lastly, Ken, number 6, approval of workers' comp insurance, property casualty insurance. and
This is just an
liability.
annual renewal of our property casualty, student accident insurance, also fiduciary liability insurance. You will see the new premiums versus the old premiums. There was a mistake on the premium that I did have and at the committee of the whole, so I've made that correction. On the workman's comp insurance, that has gone up a little bit, and the property casualty and student accident insurance has gone down a little bit. Fiduciary liability has remained the same. So it's our recommendation for approval. This is the same vendor that we have had, so there's no change in vendor at all.
And it's still part of Click.
Yep, still part of Click.
Questions? Can I get a motion for the approval of the workers' compensation insurance, property casualty insurance, and fiduciary liability insurance renewals?
Moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mrs. Root?
Aye.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Albrecht?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith is an aye. Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries. Human Resources, Mr. Neal?
Good
Approval of the
evening.
non-union salaries.
This was discussed in our committee of the whole. This would be the third and final step to bring our salaries for non-union employees to the market, the educational marketplace for South Cook and Will County. And essentially, I believe all the data has been included, but this is in accordance with the timeline. Our first step was in 2016-17. The second step was 17-18. The third step was intended to be for 18-19, so the reason for bringing it forward now would be to make every effort not to have to do retro pay and so forth, that we could carry this in with the first payroll in July. So we are recommending that the board approve the adjustment in non-union salaries to 100% of the market-based salary, while guaranteeing a minimum 2.1% increase for all non-union employees hired prior to July 1 and remaining employed at the time of the approval of the resolution. The 2.1% is in keeping with the Consumer Price Index.
Questions? Can I get a motion for the approval of the non-union salaries for 2018-2019 school year?
Moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Mr. Albrecht?
Oh, did I need to, did I do, oh, okay.
Mr. Brown?
Nay.
Dr. Hall?
Nay.
Mrs. Root?
Aye.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith is an aye. Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye. Can you repeat the votes for me, please?
Mr. Albrecht is not here. Mr. Brown is a nay. Mrs. Galbraith is a yes. Gasparo, yes. Hall, no. Roop, yes. Teray, yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Next. Mr. Neal? Want me to read the whole thing first?
If you would, please.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the employment of certified staff, the reassignment of certified staff, the leave of absence for certified staff, the return from leave of absence for certified staff, the resignation of certified staff, the employment of educational support staff, the reassignment of educational support staff, the leave of absence for educational support staff, the return from leave of absence of educational support staff, and the resignation of educational support staff. Motion's on the floor. I will move it.
Moved.
Okay, I already moved it. You going to second it, Cheryl?
Oh, second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, everybody can get comfortable for a couple minutes.
Yeah, there's a lot to read tonight.
The personnel report reads as follows. The certified staff employment, Kelly Carroll, Katie Dean, Peter Dobertson, Brianna Fapsitz, Zachary Joritz, Michael McCarthy, Jennifer Norberg, Ashley Nystrom, Alicia Oleg-Egner, Ashley Stashniak, Kristen Valiska, and Carrie Ann Wood Gallegos. For certified staff leave of absence, we have Nicole Ballum, Michelle Kelly, Lisa Teslow, Lisa Werner, and a second for Lisa Werner. Certified staff reassignment, we have Nancy Bai, Michelle Calderoni, Matthew Holzer, Felicia Maddox, Jackie Olson, Elaine Pankey, Darlene Radford, Kristen Rippold, and Judith Whitfit. Certified staff return from leave of absence, Aaron France, Tiffany Osberg, and Michelle Shields. Certified staff resignation, Allison Gadke, Cordelia Horn, Jasmine Owens, and Darian Yarborough. Educational support staff employment, Mai Alduda, Gregory Barksdale, Patricia Gabler, Yvette Johnson, Catherine Masai, Tara Millender, Yolanda Perry, Clark Roberts, Elvis Slaughter, and Raymond Wright. Educational support staff leave of absence, Eddie Morris. Educational support staff return from leave of absence, Natalie Garcia and Nicholas Steele. Educational support staff reassignment, Rosalina Zambrano Acosta. Educational support staff resignation, Kim Barrett, Deanna Beatty, Dessa Covington, Donna Damasio, Candace Marma, Eddie Morris, Faith Ramirez, Christina Skurlak, Silver Smith, and Jennifer Torres. And that is the personnel report.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Is there any questions?
I have a question. There is a resignation. I don't see, I believe we had a dean at the high school resign.
There was a resignation received on Monday, I believe, which yesterday, so it did not make the personnel report yesterday. And that is,
Yesterday? Is this a different one?
what's that? I'm
'Cause
sorry?
I think the one that I'm referring to was last week.
Well, I received it Monday. I guess maybe I,
The board got notification last week.
okay. Dr. Wilkes had resigned. It is not on here, but it is effective.
Okay.
It's
I didn't know
effective on
if it was
receipt.
rescinded or whatever, so.
No,
I
it
didn't
is,
see
it
on
is
there.
effective.
I don't know what it was.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Roll call?
Mr. Albrecht?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Nay.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mrs. Root?
Aye.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith is an aye. Mrs. Gasparo?
Nay. Thank you. Motion carries. Item number 3, administrator contract changes. Mr. Neal?
Yes. Find my notes here. Obviously, periodically, administrative contracts are reviewed and revised to keep them compliant and to make sure that everything is aligned as appropriate. And included tonight is a recommendation from the administration to approve our administrator contracts for the 18-19 school year. And so, I did include a list of changes to those contracts. I've talked about those a couple of times in committees of the whole leading up to this meeting. The primary changes are the inclusion of full administrative benefits to administrative deans, including family medical and dental insurance. This is bringing that final group in line with the rest of the administration. The conversion of 2 elementary administrative dean positions to elementary assistant principal positions, which does not result in additional salary, but changes those employees. And the alignment of contract language for all contracts in each specific administrative category. For example, all elementary principals will be the same, all directors would be the same, and so forth. So the recommendation from the administration is to approve the contracts for the administration as presented.
There's been no other changes since our committee of the whole meeting.
No. The only change was what we discussed during our special board meeting for the director of technology, just putting a deadline on one particular facet, and that was included.
Okay. Questions? May I have a motion to approve the administrator contracts as presented?
Moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Teray? Oh, sorry. Mrs. Root?
Aye.
Dr. Hall?
Nay.
Mr. Brown?
Nay.
Mr. Albrecht?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith is a nay. Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye. So, motion fails as is.
So based on that vote, the contracts will remain the same as they were last year.
Who's doing district affairs? Laura, are you doing this one, district affairs?
I am doing this
Okay.
one.
Very
To
good.
the best of my ability here. This is a request to approve 2 board policies. The first policy, 7:193, is the electronic signaling and cellular communication devices policy. And the second one is board policy 6:135, which is the program for children eligible for accelerated placement. The first one, we've had extensive discussions over the last couple of months at the committee of the whole. And the second one is the one that we must have in place by July 1 to comply with the Accelerated Placement Act.
Questions? Comments?
Is it possible to vote on these separately?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I'd like to make a motion to vote on these separate. They're lumped together.
Okay, that's no problem. We can vote on them separate. We don't have a motion on the floor yet, so we can
I
vote
mean,
separate. Questions, comments? Let's do the first one. Board Policy 7:193, electronic signaling and cellular communication.
The
Question-
timeline needs to be updated. It was not updated.
I'm sorry?
The timeline was not updated, so that does need to be updated.
What timeline?
The timeline to implement it.
Oh,
Keep going. There.
yeah.
Well, no, you hit, yeah.
The timeline is not part of the policy itself,
No,
though.
but I want it out there that
Oh,
it needs to be
absolutely.
updated.
It does not affect the policy, so we will get that updated. You make a note. Laura, in Dr. Clark's absence, would you make a note that the timeline needs to be updated? Thank you. Okay. Can I get a motion for the approval of Board Policy 7:193?
So moved.
Second,
Any other questions? Roll call?
Mr. Teray,
Aye.
Mrs. Root,
Aye.
Dr. Hall,
Nay.
Mr. Brown,
Nay.
Mr. Albrecht,
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith is an aye, Mrs. Gasparo,
Nay. Thank you. Motion carries. Board Policy 6.135. This is the accelerated placement.
Yes.
Any other questions? Can I get a motion to approve Board Policy 6:135?
Moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Mr. Albrecht,
Aye.
Mr. Brown,
Aye.
Dr. Hall,
Aye.
Mrs. Root,
Aye.
Mr. Teray,
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith is an aye, Mrs. Gasparo,
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries. Do we have any old business? New business?
I have one thing. I would like to take an opportunity right now to thank Mr. Patton for his interim superintendent service to us, his leadership, his guidance, his friendship. I really appreciate what you brought to the table, what you've taught me, and I wish you only the best.
Ditto.
I second that, even though it's not a motion.
Yeah, I third it.
And I'll fourth it.
I do have a comment for new business. Last week, after the committee as a whole meeting, I was confronted by Mr. Nelson. He asked if I had a moment to talk.
Is this appropriate for a board meeting, or is this
No,
something
it's
personal?
appropriate. It's appropriate.
Okay.
I think it's very appropriate. And I will not get into details. But he approached me in a very mellow way and asked if I had a moment to talk. And I said, sure. What is it that you want to talk about? He stated what he wanted to say. And I told him basically, well, we can agree to disagree. And shortly after that comment I made, he, more of a malicious manner, approached me even closer. He violated my space, and I quickly calibrated him.
Okay.
So I'm just going to say this, and that's it. Don't you ever do that to me again.
Mr. Brown, that is
Don't you
not
ever do it.
something that needs to be
Yes,
discussed.
it does.
No,
Because
sir, you
people
can.
need to know how people act. So if they look at him as a vice president, that he ought to conduct himself in a manner as such.
I'm going to ask
I
that
want to
you
let
talk
you
to him
let the
about
people.
that.
No, I don't want to talk to you because you took a very fragile position that I had with you already and completely broke it. So don't you ever do that to me again.
Okay, anybody else have new business? At this time, we have a need to go into closed session. Can I get a motion to go into closed session for the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Touré,
Aye.
Mrs. Root,
Aye.
Dr. Hall,
We stated the reason, correct?
Yes, for the
Okay.
appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body.
Okay, aye.
Mr. Brown,
Nay.
Mr. Albrecht,
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith is an aye, Mrs. Gasparo.
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries. I don't expect we'll be long. No.
Hold on, I'm on my phone for time. Mo.
We need at least one more member over here. Can I get a motion to come out of closed session?
First, second.
Mr. Brown made the motion.
Second.
Roll call.
Wait, come on, close. He doesn't want to go home. Mr. Albrecht? Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Dr. Hall? Mrs. Root?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith is an aye. Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
Okay, now we need a motion to adjourn.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Moved?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned.